Stream Elements says, Dicebaggery is now live streaming Just Chatting, Draw and Chat Pokemon inspired TTRPG.
Hello everybody, how's it going? This is Dicebag and I'm a little bit large. That's a little better. We couldn't even see Lauren's face over
says,
there.
What is up players, it is in fact, your boy.
Ponyboy, welcome, how's it going? We got our resident Kumasar here. We're gonna finish this thing up today, because I didn't get to do it last week. Last week was a lot of fun.
Ponyboy Horse says, how is it going, Mr. D-Bag?
Let me tell you how it was going. See, the thing is, last week, I ate some day-old cheese from, nacho cheese from Taco Bell. And then I went to bed in the morning because I work at night.
Ponyboy Horse says, I am
And
not a
then,
communist.
and then, I woke up and ran to the bathroom and spewed liquid out my butt.
676 says, hey homie, you stream so really
What
well.
the fudge is this?
I do see you streaming a lot but yet still not affiliated and partnered. I got
Get
a proposal
outta
for you.
here.
I will share your stream to a Kick community for you to hit 1,000 followers and earn nothing less than $1,000 per streaming and enable
Deleted.
your sub button.
Deleted.
Add me on Discord if you're interested. Cyrox1561. Solo the Nerd says, sorry I'm a little late. Just had Christmas, part 1, with the whole family. Ponyboy Horse says,
You're not late, we just
why
started.
does Geronimo sound like he has the coof?
I'm not entirely sure what's up with Geronimo. He switched on me. I think it might have something to do with I don't know. Hold on a second. I gotta deal with somebody here. This freaking... We're gonna ban this dude over on Kick, so he doesn't come back. And then we can show you... Like, this is completely unplanned, but earlier...
Ponyboy Horse says, Geronimo sounds depressed. Maybe because it is the holidays and nobody loves him.
I was planning to like write out a long tweet, right? A long tweet on using AI in game design, right? And how I've been using it. So I went and generated a nice like AI looking thumbnail, and I edited it so it looks more like me, because AI always produces things that don't look the way they're supposed to. But the prompt I gave it was like this character, and it was a picture of me included, confronting an AI overlord. And it looked an awful lot like Geronimo, souped up. Here it is. This is what it gave me. I think the hive mind of the AI internet might be onto something, and Geronimo might be trying to usurp my power. He's sounding a little more evil than before, and I'm not entirely sure why. I haven't really looked into
Ponyboy
it.
Horse says, is that a machine elf?
I don't think that's what machine elves
Solo the
actually
Nerd
look
says,
like.
that is so cool.
That is pretty cool, but I had to make some edits, okay? I had to do some edits because, well, AI just can't do anything right? So I went and I made this a little more Geronimo-esque, for one thing, just to double down on that. Also, I edited this to actually match my color scheme. And why did it have this big-ass tail hanging off one side of my cloak? I don't know. Also, it gave me 2 robot arms, and that's not accurate. We gotta have lore-accurate dice bag here. The hair is slightly too long. Just slightly. But yeah. This was just to like get attention on social media. I haven't finished up like the whole long post yet. But I'm gonna go through like some of the stuff I've been using ChatGPT to do to help me out with the game design and stuff. Because apparently long posts actually do well on Twitter these days. Surprise, surprise, what's up with that? Twitter. Place of the long posters. Anyways, this is the task at hand. We're gonna have to make this presentable. Patron went ahead and did most of the lines. We're gonna have to do some editing over here on Konane, I think. She's a little off. Look at this. we got... Oh, I'm still in... We got hairline going like this. We got face going like this. Right? Not quite correct. Also, I think her head might just be a little too big. And he might be proportioned a little off in the body. Maybe I'm thinking too hard about that, though. I don't know. Feels like her hips should be higher up. We'll play around with it. But yeah. That's been my day and my last week. Well, not my entire last week. Yeah, so I've been getting over the whole sickness that I was down with. And that took like days, actually. Usually I just kind of shrug off most sicknesses, especially stomach problems. But this thing had me like... Not only did it completely empty out everything, the entire contents of my stomach and my intestines and all that. Like, it was growling at me because it was empty. After I got over it, it was still like, "Urgh." It's like, what do you want? Do you just want me to stuff you full of things, I guess? I went to work like Monday. Went to work Monday after I'd gotten mostly over it. And I had to deal with that, my stomach just growling constantly. And then when I came home, it was still doing it. It was like getting worse. And I couldn't even sleep because my stomach was growling at me so bad. And like I didn't really have an appetite. It was just like, oh, you need food. It's empty. You didn't put enough in us. We spewed it all out. So you need to fill it back up, buddy. So I just drank like a big old bottle of water just to fill the thing up and shut it up so I could get some sleep. And then I slept in late, and that was fun.
Says, on the first day of Christmas, Dicebag gave to me a tomboy with short hair in a pear tree.
I don't know about that, Pony Boy. I do need to put together a Christmas karaoke, though. I'm going to have like 2 weeks off of work, which is going to be perfect. I'll be able to stream several things. We'll be able to do the Gardic phone thing, which I'm getting together. So we're scheduling for the 28th. My usual boys are ready for that. And I got a bunch of guests. Dingus says he can come. We got Shroy coming, I think, from last time. You know what? There's other people I still should be asking. I probably should ask Squishy specifically. Because I got just an open invitation, but people don't respond to open invitations, oddly enough. I think Ninja Togepi says she can come again. So we got the freaking Gardic phone stream coming together. Also, I actually went ahead.
Says, May as well. Squishy cancelled his game streams.
Oh, really? Is he just like not doing them anymore? Or just like for the holidays?
Ponyboy Horse says, he got stuck on a really tough developmental spot.
Ah.
Ponyboy Horse says, I presume he will be back after that.
I see. He's just taking a little break to figure things out, huh? You know, I should probably stream Path of Exile 2 at some point.
Ponyboy Horse says he is trying to figure out how to make his throwing weapons register.
Ah. Yeah, freaking. Game dev be like
Pokemon
that sometimes.
Community says a wild grubbin appears, catch it using poke catch, winners revealed in 90s.
Shut up, evil Geronimo. I keep forgetting to turn that off or keep it or what. I haven't played Pokemon Community Gummy for a while. Feels kinda pointless to keep it around at this point.
Solo the Nerd says, on the second day of Christmas, Dicebag gave to me 2 tomboys and a tomboy with short hair in a pear tree.
I don't know if I could
Stream
give away the
Elements says,
tomboys.
good evening, mortal humans. Make sure you subscribe to Dicebag and say hello.
Geronimo, you sound a lot creepier saying mortal humans now. Mortal humans.
Pokemon Community Gummy says, Grubbin escaped. No one caught it.
That's alright, nobody likes grubbin anyways.
Ponyboy Horse says,
I don't know if
Solo
I like
the
that
Nerd
with new Geronimo.
to beat Ponyboy.
You're late. Too late. Too late. YouTube confirmed to be the slower platform. People been saying that Rumble beats them both. I wouldn't know though. There's nobody in Rumble chat to check it out. I think we need to kind of make the
Solo
chin
the
a
Nerd
little
says,
less round here.
I know. Damn YouTube's lag. Ponyboy Horse says, fastest in the West.
That's right. That's right. Also, I've been really getting the urge to do like a play-by-post game for creatures. Any of you boys done play-by-post RPGs before? Probably not Solo, since he's fairly new. I haven't actually ran one, but it seems manageable. More manageable than getting people together for a regular in-person game. Yeah, I don't think this ear needs to be there. That's a little odd. We might be good. Well, this arm's looking a little atrophied over here. Let's thicken up her arm a tad.
Solo the Nerd says. Sorry, I missed that. Were you offering a place in a Creature's game session?
Kinda. I want to do a play-by-post game with some people, like probably on the Discord or something. Or instead of just like
Boy Horse says,
being there.
Never done a play-by-post.
Basically, you just tell your actions in like a post-by-post format. Like I don't know, it's kind of self-explanatory. You like have a forum or whatever, and instead of just doing things in person, you just post what you're doing in the game.
Ponyboy Horse says. Damn, anybody got a hauls for Geronimo? Brother is going through it right now.
Is he? I'm telling you, evil AI Geronimo is on the horizon.
Solo the Nerd says. I'd love to try and play with you. Never played via post, but I have heard of it. Sounds interesting.
Yeah, I've never done it myself either, but I've been looking up some stuff on how people do it. It seems pretty simple if you keep it to like, say, one thing a day.
Ponyboy Horse says. Geronimo sounds like he listens to Linkin Park.
He does. Alright, I think I'm ready to start actually coloring this for once. Let's see, we need a multiply layer. And let's see, this is the main light source right here. So if we're dealing with orange light, that probably means we should have like bluish shadows. We're gonna... this is maybe 40 opacity. And then we'll work subtractively from here. Right? Usually goes faster to work subtractively for me. Uh-oh, I've got tabs crashing. It's okay, it was just kick. Don't nobody use kick anyways. Alright, this whole subtractive thing just kind of makes everything go a little faster. Usually. You know what, if I'm gonna do a play-by-post game, I'm gonna need to like hurry up and fill out some of my random tables that I've been procrastinating on. I think I'm getting to a better point with those. I've been working on treasure stuff recently. Because obviously, treasure is something you need. A game's not fun without treasure. So I've been fleshing out a lot of the magic items you could find and putting it in appropriate places and then trying to figure out how this stuff might appear in the world.
Ponyboy Horse says, loot is the name of the game. What is a game if you can't rinse the pockets of innocent corpses?
Well, with creatures, you're mostly looting ancient civilizations. And kind of coming up with like a narrative for the main things is something I'm working on right now to kind of give it like a more of a story that can be brought in on like a procedural basis. Also, I should probably hop in the voice chat in case one of the artistic savant boys wants to come in and join.
Ponyboy Horse says, my specialty is turning verticals into horizontals.
I'm not sure what that means, Ponyboy. Turning verticals into horizontals.
Ponyboy Horse says, I kill people and loot their bodies.
Oh, okay.
Solo the Nerd says, can we sick a creature on Ponyboy for his blasphemy against female kind?
Which one do you want? Have you picked a starting creature yet?
Ponyboy Horse says, don't hate the player, hate the DM.
That's right. See, look at that dramatic lighting. This is what subtractive work will do for you in rendering.
I choose Psychic as my starter. Always respect the DM. Pokemon community.
Somebody's sucking up.
A wild Skiddo appears, catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
This guy's gonna be hard to light properly though, since the light is coming from the top of his head.
Ponyboy Horse says, I would like to attempt to bribe the DM to get better loot drops.
You know, Ponyboy, I'm actually working out ways to remove as much DM fiat as possible. You'll get what the random tables say.
Ponyboy Horse says, but what will $5 get me?
$5 will get you some food.
Pokemon Community Gami says, Skiddo escaped. No one caught it?
And that's a really good deal in this economy.
Ponyboy Horse says, only thing $5 is getting you in food these days is one large fry at McDonald's.
Man, that's sad. I do remember the days when you could get like a whole meal for like $5.
Ponyboy Horse says,
Shame.
if I ever win the lottery I will eat McDonald's fries every day. Solo the Nerd says, raises hand, Geronimo is not the only one here with a scratchy throat.
What'd you do, Solo? Are you getting sick now? First I get sick, then one of my favorite VTubers gets sick. Now my loyal viewers are getting sick.
Ponyboy Horse says, I am also sick. Sick nasty cool heck yeah high fives.
Alright, what is this? Why are there gaps here? That shouldn't be the way it is.
Solo the Nerd says. Probably some bug going around, or I swallowed too much hair during my haircut.
It wasn't a bug for me, it was literally just food poisoning. I just ate a bad thing. I was like, it'll be fine. I drink milk that's like 2 weeks expired and nothing happens to me. Taco Bell cheese is a different beast, apparently. Maybe I should, like, reduce the size of my eraser brush. It's kind of being a little annoying.
I made the mistake of drinking a half-gallon of apple cider with my sriracha-drenched chicken. I became a fire-breathing dragon from another end. Solo the Nerd says. On the D&D side, my party entered the shopping district. My partner met an owlbear cub while I visited a shop owned by Faye.
Sounds like you're working in a pretty high magic world there. Do you still have all that sriracha, Ponyboy? You still well stocked up?
Ponyboy Horse says. I have 9 pounds of it left.
Well, sounds like you're good for a while, huh? We're just gonna keep track of that week by week. How much sauce has Ponyboy
Ponyboy Horse says. I am dreading opening my Link bottle. It is my child. I named it Smog.
Link bottle, okay, hold on, what's he saying? Oh, 8.5 pound bottle. Apparently, this thing just assumes that anything that has a period in it is a link.
Solo the Nerd says. I found a perfect golem that could be stored in a gear, but I froze when I learned the golem cost 400 gold pieces. Ponyboy Horse says. I'm going to spook Geronimo. ... Link link link.
Nice try, Ponyboy. Evil Geronimo ain't having it. But 400 gold, Solo? That probably ain't that much even in the grand scheme of things, unless you're using a modified economy. I hear gold becomes useless after a few levels in the modern D&D. At least that's what all the YouTube videos I watch are saying. I haven't played D&D since 4th edition.
Ponyboy Horse says, I have a D&D game tomorrow.
D&D's nuts?
Solo the Nerd says, I'm still level 1, and all I have is 37 gold in my purse. I plan to work out some deal or sponsorship so I could get some sort of discount or payment plan. Ponyboy Horse says, oh shit.
Yeah, your DM might be seeding you some kind of quest hook. If they're showing you some kooky crazy magic item that you obviously want, but it's out of your price range, it might be a hint to be like, what can I do to get this?
Ponyboy Horse says, just use the 5-finger discount. Solo the Nerd says, just checked my sheet. Only have 30 gold. Spent 7 on quill pens and sheets of paper as part of a side mission.
That's some expensive sheets. That's kind of the problem dealing with gold as like your default currency. Gold's freaking expensive. Actually. This is why in creatures we don't have a fixed
Geronimo
currency.
sounds the way Dicebag's facial expression looks.
He's taken after me. It's like how pets start to look like their owners.
Solo the Nerd says. Not just a few sheets. I bought 80 plus sheets of paper to pay back my boss for me spreading advertising flyers for her guild. Pokemon Community Gami says. A wild basculin appears, catch it using poke catch, winners revealed in 90s.
What the hell does face structure work? We might have to revisit that after I
Stream
actually
Elements
put the
says,
colors in for the
Good
face.
evening, mortal humans. Make sure you subscribe to Diceback and say hello.
Pony boy.
Ponyboy Horse says. Pokemon Community Gami says. Basculin escaped. No one caught it. Solo the Nerd says.
Alright, let's see.
Talk about a one-trick pony boy.
He doesn't have very many jokes, does he?
Ponyboy Horse says. I have many tricks. You should see the paper boats I make.
Paper boats? Make some paper throwing stars and give back to me, Pony Boy. That's where the real origami stalks are.
Ponyboy Horse says. I can also make a decent paper airplane. Solo the Nerd says. Just waiting for Ponyboy to drop the next set of 90s pop rock song lyrics.
You'd think he would have dropped some Linkin Park by now. He mentioned that earlier. Your fans are waiting, Pony Boy. Speaking of music, though, I got the whole In Search of the Wow Wow Wibble Woggle Wazzy Woodle Woo video subtitled. So I'm gonna have to do a stream, a sing-along stream for that at some point. And one for Christmas. Christmas karaoke. We gotta do that. Not sure when. I definitely need to announce it on Twitter and
Ponyboy
make a
Horse
schedule.
says, hey, bye. Bye 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 bye, I'm doing this tonight, you're probably gonna start a fight, I know this can't be right, hey baby come on, I loved you endlessly when you weren't there for me, so now it's time to leave and make it alone.
Thank you, Pony Boy.
Ponyboy Horse says, I know that I can't take no more, it ain't no lie, I want to see you out that door baby, bye bye bye, don't want to be a fool for you, just another player in your game for two, you may hate me but it ain't no lie baby, bye 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 bye, don't really want to make it tough, I just want to tell you that I've had enough, it might sound crazy but it ain't no lie baby, bye bye bye.
We need to get Geronimo like a whole cover album.
Solo the Nerd says. And now for something completely different.
Why would we want to have something different? Why does it look like that?
Ponyboy Horse says. Geronimo's biggest hits would fly off the shelves.
Especially with his sexy deep voice now.
Solo the Nerd says. Take me down to the riverbed. Take me down to the fiery end. Wash the sorrow from of my skin. Show me how to be whole again.
I'm not even familiar with that one, Pony Boy.
Solo the Nerd says. Cause I'm only a crack in this castle of glass. Hardly anything there for you to see. For you to see.
Oh, this guy should definitely have, like, his cheeks highlighted. His chubby cheeks. What's been going on this past week? It feels like there's lots of things I should be talking about, but I can't think of what they
Solo
are.
the Nerd says. I just dropped some Linkin Park in this stream. Castle of Glass from their album The Hunting Party.
Man, I don't know Linkin Park except for the one song. You know what I'm talking about.
Ponyboy Horse says. This week I bought and started Watch Dogs. I am only like 2 hours of gameplay in.
Interesting, interesting. I got Path of Exile too. I guess I could talk about that. Who hasn't talked about that though? Although I'm not super far in it yet. What is going on with these lines here? This should be more like so. There we go. There we go. Also, I should make a swatch for my shadows before I do anything. What do we even say about Path of Exile 2? It's like Diablo, but not Diablo. Diablo, but good. It's like Path of Exile 1, but less obnoxious. So with Path of Exile 1, one of the things that was kind of annoying is that they had like the skill gem system where all your abilities were tied to gems that you would slot into sockets in your weapons and armor. Which is kind of a cool idea just conceptually, but when it comes right down to it...
I'm wrong. The album I meant was Living Things. Not sure which specific track you're referring to. I know a lot of their song lyrics, I could figure it out.
Yeah, but anyways. It sounds kind of cool conceptually, but when it comes right down to it, every time you get a new piece of equipment that's better than what you got, it's like, oh, look at that. All the socket configurations are completely different from the one I was using before, so it would screw up my entire build to equip this. But they kind of did away with that in PoE 2. They still have skill gems and shit, but they like don't attach to your armor. Which basically kind of is like, well then why have skill gems? Honestly. At that point it's just like, oh, this is a skill level. This is a generic skill level that you can use. I guess there's some kind of limitation that I haven't hit yet, maybe. I don't know. And some of the skills they give you can be kind of contrived in the way they're used. Like I've been noticing playing the sorceress, a lot of the skills have like some kind of weirdo workaround that you have to do in order to get the most out of it. Like you got an Ice Nova spell, okay? Obviously just blast ice out in all directions centered on your character. But then you also have the Ice Bolt or something like that. And yeah. Obviously it does the ice projectile thing. It like leaves a trail of ice on the ground.
Can I cast gun?
No, you can't cast gun. And freezes things, and it like doesn't... It passes through things as it travels instead of disappearing as soon as it hits something. But then they also have like this combo that's specifically for the two, where you can cast Ice Nova on.
What happened to Gumbo's pupils, or am I thinking too far ahead?
Don't worry about it. Yeah, you can cast Ice Nova on the Iced Bolt. So instead of just having like a frost blast or something, some kind of generic, just, you know, blast them with frost spell, they have this combo you have to do where you shoot an ice bolt and then cast an ice nova on the ice bolt. And it's not super hard to do. But then they also have something called like a frost bomb or something, which is basically like a frost explosion, except it takes several seconds to go off, and in that time it produces like some slowing aura.
A wild stufful appears, catches.
Shut up, Geronimo.
Winners revealed in 90s.
So it's like, why can't I just have an ice burst? You got multiple different ways for me to do an ice AoE, but why do I have to jump through hoops for all of it? Know what I mean? And of course there's like equal things for like the other elements. I haven't experienced a fireball yet. They do, however, have something called like I don't know what, something like a fire fullisade or something like that, where it fires just like one little bolt, but instead of just firing one little bolt, you can also like cast it repeatedly.
Ice baby.
Ice baby, yeah. You can cast it repeatedly, just like over and over in rapid succession, and the bolts will just kind of hang in the air above you until you're done casting, and then after a second, after you haven't cast any of them, they'll all fly off and attack different things at random. But then it's also random. So you might spend like several seconds fighting off hordes of enemies, standing there trying to summon this big swarm of little meteors above your head, and then they all fly off randomly and don't hit anything important. Or you'll use it on a boss, and instead of all flying towards the boss, they'll just go in some random direction that like you had no control over. So I'm a little sus on the way they handle some of their skills.
Solo the Nerd says, "Sigh, don't worry about it. Some of the most infamous last words. Thankfully, Dicebag is near immortal and able to avoid the worst effects."
Yeah, you know what? The question, what happened to his pupils? I took him out because I think they looked creepier that way. I forgot I did that. But I did do that. See? Way creepier, isn't it? I think that's the source of his uncanny valleyness, is the pupils in the eyes. So I removed them. Also, he needs his colorations on his ears and stuff.
Bonaboy Horse says, "With pupils it looks like he wants to do bad things to me."
See? I made the correct decision. With pupils, he would sound like Geronimo does right now. Here.
Yes. I'm going to eat their souls.
Bonaboy Horse says, "Okay, but what about a pupil with a white highlight?"
I'm not willing to entertain that at the moment.
Solo the Nerd says, I understand and respect your decision, my lord. I offer no rebuttal. Ponyboy Horse says, white highlights always make pupils cute.
Well, you know what would make... We could still add white highlights, see? We just have to, like, Actually, there's not really much room for them.
Ponyboy Horse says, they add a lot, don't ya think? Solo the Nerd says, that's why Gumbo has them in his art on the Creature's website.
Gumbo is literally one of the first creatures I designed. He really should have faced a redesign at some point. In fact, he was gonna be like the first stage. He was gonna be the baby of the family. But then I was like, where do I even go from here? What would this look like if it grows up? I don't know. So I decided to just make it the last one and go backwards. Anyways, I need to actually get on with things and
Solo the Nerd says,
start the next layer.
don't redesign it further, it is perfectly cute and friend shape.
It works, it works. It's just the face. It's just the face can be kind of creepy if I don't get it right. Which is why I took the pupils out. Need to do that with his official art though. So far this is the only one with the pupilless eyes.
Blessing 53 says, hey, your streams are awesome, and I love your content. I'd like to be a fan and a friend. I also have a suggestion.
What's
if you're
up with
interested.
Kick today?
Add me on Discord. Blessing 34.
Get out of here. Starting to think going to Kick is from Twitter
Ponyboy Horse says,
is a mistake.
hey Blessing, what is your opinion on feed? Ponyboy Horse says, asking for a friend.
I don't think you're gonna get an answer, Pony Boy.
Solo the Nerd says, why does Ponyboy always go for the teeth? He's not a gift horse.
teeth? I don't think. I think you might have heard him wrong. Ponyboy, why are you into teeth? Is it because you like the horse grills?
Says, I am a horse with a gift. The gift of knowledge.
Ponyboy likes it when she got big old horse teeth.
Ponyboy Horse says, here is a free knowledge. Bread is actually just raw toast. Solo the Nerd says, I have some knowledge too. Never look a gift horse in its teeth.
Ponyboy, bread is not raw toast.
Ponyboy Horse says, I also don't like teeth.
Bread has already been cooked. Toast is just well done bread. While normal bread is like medium.
Ponyboy Horse says,
Dough is rare
do
bread.
not listen to the Kumisar dice bag.
Ponyboy, communists don't know anything about bread. You're always having famines.
Solo the Nerd says, he know you don't like teeth. You're more into teeth.
Ponyboy be like, bread lines are a good thing.
Ponyboy Horse says the communist. Ponyboy Horse says, only thing I like are tomboys.
What about short hair? You don't like short hair?
Big Fitz Plays says, what's up?
Big Fitz Plays. Wow, somebody on Odyssey.
Ponyboy
How's it
Horse
going,
says,
Big Fitz Plays?
tomboys have short hair.
No, they don't, Ponyboy. Not the good ones. Anyways, welcome, Big Fitz. We're just working on my tabletop RPG here. Got some work to
Ponyboy
do,
Horse says,
as I usually
hey
do.
Big Fitz, what do you think about feet? Big Fitz Plays says, I am doing. Just getting ready to live stream. Solo the Nerd says, then, how do you feel about Rogue or Kitty Pryde from X-Men? Ponyboy Horse says, and also what do you think about tomboys?
Okay, first of all, Rogue, her hair isn't that short. Even in the shorter types.
Solo the Nerd says, Kitty Pryde is a tomboy, at least the right kind. Big Fitz Plays says, feet are okay. Butts are better.
Uh-oh, we got a feats guy here.
Big Fitz Plays says,
I don't get the feats.
love tomboys. My wife is a tomboy. LOL. Ponyboy
Damn,
Horse
he came
says,
in here to flex.
okay Big Fitz, what you think about tomboys?
He just
Ponyboy
told
Horse
you.
says, okay base.
You're lagging.
Ponyboy Horse says, let's keep Big Fitz, I like him.
There you go, Big Fitz. You have the approval of the Twitch community. All one guy over there. Ponyboy, where's your Twitch brothers anyways? Do you have Twitch brothers? Do I have an audience on Twitch even?
Solo the Nerd says. Bet that Big Fitz Plays loves The Incredibles. Elastigirl's got cake.
She sure does.
Big Fitz Plays says. Ha 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 ha.
Let's see.
Pokemon
What do we want to
Community
do
says,
next? I think I'm done with
A
the
wild
lowlights on
combi
that guy.
appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s. Ponyboy Horse says. I am the amalgamation of all your Twitch audience. I am the council. I am the hive mind. Big Fitz Plays says. Yes, she does. Ponyboy Horse says. The Council of Twitch demands short-haired tomboys.
The Council of Twitch has no power here. It's literally one of my smallest audiences. The only place with less power than Twitch is Kick.
Big Fitz Plays says. Loving the art dice bag games.
Well, thank
Stream
you.
Elements says.
You should
Good
check
evening,
out my game.
Mortal humans, make sure you subscribe to Dicebag and say hello.
Thank you, Geronimo. We're
Ponyboy
trying to have a
Horse says.
conversation there.
Yeah,
Yeah, what we're doing... Actually, since you're on Odyssey, there's probably buttloads of previous content for my game.
Says. Combi escaped. No one caught it.
Thanks, Geronimo. If chat gets more active, then we're definitely gonna have to turn off the Pokemon notifications. They're already getting kind of annoying. And then Ponyboy will never get his Wooloo.
Big Fitz Plays says. Where does Odyssey rank? What about Rumble? Ponyboy Horse says. It's rigged.
Odyssey is basically like my biggest natural platform as far as following. But like nobody watches live. Technically YouTube has more followers, but that's because I ran a bunch of promotions targeting India, which is a mistake because Indians will subscribe to anything, but they won't come and watch anything. So I got like 1,000 subscribers. No, wait, 1,300 subscribers on YouTube. And I'm lucky to break double digits in view count. Which is why I started a second YouTube channel for my video content, because my algorithm's broken on my streaming channel. Yeah. There you have it. That's the story of my life.
Ponyboy Horse says. Don't complain, you still have us. We are all you need.
I don't know. Last
Big
I
Fitz
heard,
Plays
we need
says,
like
Can you
1,000
get
true
paid for ads
fans.
now?
I don't think so. I think there's some other threshold that I need to meet before I get ad revenue on YouTube's. Like watch hours or something.
Big Fitz Plays says. Okay.
Rumble is getting up there though.
Solo the Nerd says. For once, Pony and I agree. We are your most loyal fans. Big Fitz Plays says. I just followed you on Odyssey.
Well, thank you, Big Fitz. Odyssey. Another Geronimo pronunciation there. Let's see.
Ponyboy Horse says. We also have another tomboy enjoyer. He has big Fitz energy.
I'm not sure if I'm parsing that one, Ponyboy. Are you talking about Big Fitz specifically, or are you talking about somebody else who is in the manner of Big Fitz? We're not talking about Dale, are we?
Ponyboy Horse says. Big Fitz is the only other tomboy enjoyer here.
That's not true, and you know it. Just using your excessively restrictive definition of a tomboy.
Diceback doesn't even know what a tomboy is, it's wild. Solo the Nerd says. Dale may not be innocent, but he is not as disgusting as you, Ponyboy.
I don't know about that. Dale is in Cohet's Discord.
Ponyboy Horse says. You guys like Feudus, you have no room to talk. Sorry you had to find out like this, Fitz.
Fitz probably left already. He was like, who are these people? I shouldn't have come here.
Ponyboy Horse says. Fitz is here because we both appreciate tomboys.
You know, for a pony boy, you don't talk much about ponies. I'm surprised you're not named something else, like, I don't know, like a tomboy enjoyer or something like that.
Ponyboy Horse says. Who is your favorite main six? Mine is Rainbow Dash naturally.
I have never watched
Ponyboy Horse says.
that
Applejack
show.
is a close second. Solo the Nerd says. Because he already did all the ponies.
Dang, pony boy.
Ponyboy Horse says, I do not do ponies, I merge consciousness with celestial equine beings.
I don't know, that sounds kinda gay, Ponyboy. I'm not sure why, I can't articulate it, but it sounds gay.
Ponyboy Horse says the feudal lover. Solo the Nerd says, how much you want to bet Equestria has dozens of Ponyboy fillies? He is a deadbeat dad who pays no alimony.
Equestria...
says, well, if it isn't, look who it is.
Cohet, we were just talking about you. And I was just about to mention something that's right up your alley. Last I checked,
Big
Equestria has a
says,
lot of futas.
I just followed you
Pony
on
boy.
Rumble and X. I was the 600 follower on X.
Oh sweet, I'm back up to 600. Freaking Elon's been doing some bot purges over there. I used to be at like
Ponyboy
630
says,
or something.
Paying alimony is for suckers who don't know how to play the game.
Anyways, welcome Cohet, nice to see you here. Over on Rumble, we now have 4 platforms represented in chat. No more than 1 person on each. Gotta love my business decisions to
Cohet
stream on
says,
5 different platforms.
That's not good. Also, I was just listening to people looking at the activity of crazy bronies. I don't know if I can handle much more. Ponyboy Horse says, I declare chairman of the council. Solo the Nerd says, Ponyboy, that is one game nobody should ever have to play.
Yeah, Ponyboy, stop breeding the horses. See, this is what summoned Cohet. This conversation.
Bigfits Plays says, Rumble is my home streaming platform.
Nice.
Ponyboy Horse says,
Oh, he's over there
as
now.
chairman of the Council of Platforms, I submit we require a tomboy pony in creatures. Cohet says, no, I'm a centaur enjoyer, not a horse enjoyer. Big
Okay,
difference.
buddy.
Cohet says, don't get it twisted.
But what do anthropomorphic ponies fall under?
Big Fitz Plays says, I am trying to multi-stream on Odyssey.
I don't know if it's
Ponyboy
even
Horse
worth it to
says,
get on Odyssey
they
these
fall
days.
under me.
Frankly.
Big Fitz Plays says, I am doing to test run tonight on Odyssey. Cohet says, the anthropony enjoyers can actually suck an egg. It's so lame. Solo the Nerd says, cartoon animals.
Can we just appreciate how Geronimo pronounces lame? Man, my nose is feeling real stuffy right now.
Tomboy Enthusiast says, what's up, it's me, your boy, Ponyboy, back at it again on Rumble. Cohet says, wait, how does Geronimo pronounce lame?
That's
Cohet
how.
says, Tom. Solo the Nerd says, I'll bite. Lame.
There you go. Now we know exactly how Geronimo pronounces lame. Good work, guys. You figured it out. Surprisingly, he pronounced it the same way both times, on both different platforms.
Pokemon Community Gami says. A wild shuttle appears, catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
But how does it pronounce GIF? Wrong.
But how does it pronounce GIF?
Alright, you guys are distracting me. It's time to move on to the highlights.
Solo the Nerd says. Let's try another. GF GIF JF GIF GIF GFFF. Big Fitz Plays says. Is Twitch dead yet?
It's not dead yet. Ponyboy's still
Horse
over there.
says, multiple sclerosis. Kohate says. What's the background on this one gonna be?
Abandoned ruins. Ooh. Okay, I actually hate just doing
Pokemon
highlights
Community
like
Gami
this
says,
on...
Chudel escaped. No one caught it. Big Fitz Plays says. Rumble CEO and Twitch CEO both think that Twitch will die in 2 years. Ponyboy Horse says.
I don't know, it
Black
depends on if
psoriasis.
people use it. Plaque psoriasis. Are you just trying to get Geronimo to say things? Common pastime around here, actually. Getting Geronimo to say things weird.
Kohate says. Twitch was so annoying I stopped using it, and that's a big deal because I'm stubborn and will use anything I'm familiar with. Kohate says. So it's probs not long for this world. Ponyboy Horse says. Atherosclerosis.
You know, Twitch is definitely a lot more annoying. They've really... the ads are
Big Fitz
like
Plays
so
says,
obnoxious.
Amazon is just put money into Twitch and is not making anything profit. Solo the Nerd says. Almost all D&D groups stream on Twitch and then put their videos on YouTube. Ponyboy Horse says. Metronidazole.
Yeah, a lot of VTubers stream on Twitch and do the same thing. However, Twitch is making life hard on them recently. They're like overly enforcing like the dress codes and stuff. Where you got people,
Ponyboy Horse says.
real life chicks
Brexicaptogene
doing hot tub
autolyseel.
streams. But then a VTuber shows a little bit of hips and like she gets banned. It's freaking weird how much of a double standard there is sometimes.
Ponyboy Horse says. Siltacaptogene autolyseel. Kohate says. I also have no idea why Twitch is allegedly so expensive to run. Like what? Why are their finances, allegedly, so bad?
I mean, there's a lot of things you could speculate on that end.
Ponyboy Horse says. They must pay certain people way too much.
Like hot tub streamers. I don't know. I've never been monetized on Twitch.
Solo the Nerd says.
I don't know nothing about it.
Just as bad on YouTube. Why is there not a single set of rules regarding user decency/conduct?
Yeah, that's definitely a good question. Although VTubers haven't had to seen like any problems with YouTube in that regard. You've got HoloLivers doing like streams in their 3D bikinis, and YouTube's just
says,
like, yeah, well, that's cool.
It reminds me of the Kara thing where the owner was paying a fortune in storage, wherein literally every website owner just handles storage themselves because hard drives/SSDs are cheap as dirt. Ponyboy Horse says. You can find straight up adult content on YouTube.
Yeah, you can. It's kind of wild. Kara thing where the owner was paying a fortune in storage when
Big
literally...
Fitz Plays says. People complaining about Kick being a gambling company owning the site, but Twitch is becoming a soft porn site.
Yeah, they're pretty much all screwed. Like, I'd say Rumble is probably the only one that's really got things down in terms of like a content moderation thing, and I don't know if people have even stress tested that yet. It might just not have hit critical mass yet.
Kohate says. When I was young I found a video of a lady's chest ballooning to an outstanding size on YouTube. Definitely did not have any negative effects on my adult psyche. Ponyboy Horse
Definitely
says,
not. Definitely
so when
not.
are you going to stream to Pornhub?
Well, Pornhub definitely wouldn't be the first, choice. Even if I were to do streams that would be at home on Pornhub, surely there are like art stream channels that are like actually for that. I know Picarto does that, but does Picarto actually have an audience anymore?
Ponyboy Horse says. You should stream to Pornhub. Imagine the comment section of your streams then. Solo the Nerd says. Probably not until Dicebag starts doing full body artwork. Kohate says. Yeah it does, it's me, Picarto superfan.
I haven't seen you streaming much, Kohat. I'm not sure if that's just because I'm missing the streams or what.
Big Fitz Plays says. Ha 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 ha. Ponyboy Horse says. Wait, Geronimo say Picarto again. Picarto.
Oh yeah, Kohat, have you noticed Geronimo's nice, deep voice now?
Kohate says.
I think he's trying to
No,
exert my
I've
power.
been busy and at the end of my work days I'm socially taped so I don't want to mic up / engage with anyone. Ponyboy Horse says.
I feel that.
Picarto. I barely know her. Kohate says. Honestly, he sounds exactly the same to me. Solo the Nerd says. Picarto. Pikachu. Spot the difference.
Pikachu. We should just make a whole game out of it. What can we make Geronimo say? Picarto Pikachu.
Ponyboy Horse
With
says.
a GIF.
Hey girl, can I Pikachu in the shower? Kohate says. Didn't realize Ponyboy was a father.
Did I miss something?
Solo the Nerd says. Ponyboy vs Solo the Nerd. 1,300 subscribers equals 750 words per player. Ponyboy Horse says. I sure hope I am not a father.
Don't we all?
Ponyboy Horse says. I do have one daughter though, but people like bullying her.
OCs don't
says,
count, Ponyboy.
With dad jokes like that, it's hard to believe otherwise.
You know what? This should have a darker background. Why am I doing with this just being like that? There, that makes it look better.
They count for Vital, why can't they count for me?
AI VTubers aren't real.
Solo the Nerd says. Sometimes, dad jokes are the ammo of the unfunny. Ponyboy Horse says. OC daughters are real to me.
Dad jokes are literally what you get when you realize that all jokes suck after you've heard too many of them. And you just embrace that all the jokes suck.
Kohate says. No, dad jokes are real. They're just wasted on the humorless. Ponyboy Horse says. What Kohate said. Ponyboy Horse says. Hey dad, should I pick my girlfriend a flower? No son, pick her too.
That was a pretty good one, not gonna lie. I'm gonna clip all these Geronimo
Solo
mispronunciations and dad jokes
It was a
and
good one.
put a
Big Fitz Plays
compilation
says,
of
Fun facts about Odyssey.
Geronimo stand-up comedy. Okay?
Big Fitz Plays says. Let's take a fun look at what we know about Odyssey's money situation.
It can't be good, right?
Ponyboy Horse says. Make sure you get Geronimo saying Worcestershire sausages. Pokemon Community Gami says. A wild woobit appears, catch it using poke catch, winners revealed in 90s.
Woobat?
Kohate says.
Who likes
Yo,
Woobat?
the
Don't
way
nobody
it says
like Woobat.
Odyssey is awful though. Big Fitz Plays says. Turns out, Odyssey isn't raking in the big bucks just yet. They're making less than $5 million, which is like pocket change in the tech world.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. They had a big old fight with like the FCC or something. Or FEC, I don't remember which one's which. About their
Solo the
crypto
Nerd says,
garbage.
That sounds like a fun video to watch. Geronimo's comedy bash, just don't forget the occasional canned laughter. Big Fitz Plays says. And if you're one of the big cheeses, like a general manager or executive, you could be swimming in even more dough. We're talking anywhere from $126,356 to $166,122 per year.
Those are some oddly
That's enough
specific
to buy a
figures.
whole lot of fancy coffee. Ponyboy Horse says. I wish I had $5 million. Kohate says. Security and Exchange Commission. Stream Elements says.
Okay, so SEC.
Good evening, mortal humans. Make sure you subscribe to Dicebag and say hello.
Mortal
Ponyboy
human.
Horse says. Big Fitz Plays says. But don't worry about their employees going hungry. The average Joe at Odyssey is taking home a cool $108,708 every year. Not too shabby, right? Pokemon Communitygami says. Woobit escaped. No one caught it?
Alright, I'm not sure which topic we're on anymore. So have you guys seen Path of Exile too?
Kohate says. That's really good pay actually, man. I wish I could code you.
Yeah, that is quite a bit for
Ponyboy Horse
regular
says,
old normal people.
let's start over and talk about tomboys.
Start over. Oh yes, start over.
Solo the Nerd says. Just embrace the madness.
I'm already there, bro. It all started when I generated an AI picture of Geronimo. This morning. But I already told that story.
Big Fitz Plays says. Tomboys are so hot.
Who's your favorite tomboys, everybody?
Kohate says. Po2 is something I have zero interest in.
Damn it, Kohat, your bad taste in
Kohat
games
says.
always comes through.
Slay the Spire 2 however. Ponyboy
Let's
Horse
see,
says.
what is Kohat
Hello,
playing?
yeah, Big
Oh,
Fitz
fighting
provides up
games?
top.
Oh, look at that. I see it on Discord. Kohat playing fighting games, wow.
Big Fitz Plays says. My wife.
Should have seen that one coming.
Ponyboy Horse says. I think Ozura Subaru is perfect tomboy. Ponyboy Horse says. Tomo Umarit also top tier tomboy. Solo the Nerd says. Is my Valentine considered a tomboy, Councilman Pony?
Come on, Mai is not a
Kohate
tomboy.
says. Ponyboy, does Giovanna, Guilty Gear, count as a tomboy? Big Fitz Plays says. Goes for the high five, but misses. Ponyboy Horse says. Hair too long, hair needs to be short.
That's not
Big
why.
Fitz plays says.
You know.
Ha 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 ha.
Pony boy and his man fetish. Go ahead. I don't even know who this character you're bringing up is. Giovanna. Let me look this up real quick.
Kohate says. LMAO, got M. Tomboy enthusiast says. She passes Kohate. Ponyboy horse says. I don't like men.
Hair too short, needs ponytail.
Kohate says. She passes, LFG. Kohate says. She got that dog in her though. Kohate says.
Kohat,
And
I don't
not
want to
in a
hear
white
that
woman
from
way.
you. Glad you clarified that out. Didn't want to leave it hanging and open to interpretation, knowing your proclivities.
Kohate says. I don't know what you think of me. Kohate says. But I hazard to think you're confusing me with somebody I may associate with.
Look, I'm just saying, from what I've seen of your stuff, anything else would go. You're already at the peak of the weirdness.
Tomboy enthusiast says. Watch out everyone, Commissar Dicebag of the Communist Party is here. Kohate says. I like 6 things, and they're all remarkably normal compared to everyone around me. Including you.
Go ahead. Nuh-uh. 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 Remarkably normal, says Mr. Fetishized Body Horror.
Kohate says. Search your feelings, you know it to be true. Tomboy enthusiast says. I am the only normal fetishist around here. Solo the nerd says. No, that's impossible. No. Tomboy enthusiast says. I like tomboys.
Thank you for that pronunciation, Geronimo. Ponyboy is the most normal fetishist. Confirmed.
Kohate says. Tomboy, you're exceptionally strange. Tomboy enthusiast says. I do not like how Geronimo says fetishist. I do not like feet for the record. Tomboy enthusiast says. I am normal Kohate.
It's too late now, Ponyboy. Not only are you a communist, you're also a fetishist.
Solo the nerd says. Remember what we said. The more you deny, the more truth you reveal. Tomboy enthusiast says. I do not like feet. Tomboy enthusiast says. Or Kumanism.
Yeah, okay. Tomboy enthusiast,
says,
the communist
well, that was
fetus.
strangely timed. Tomboy enthusiast says. How was I supposed to know it would say fetishist?
Every time you type that word, it just gets better. Every time I think about turning Geronimo off because it's getting too crazy, he says something else that's funny. Maybe he is getting a mind of its own and developing a sense of humor. He's just deliberately screwing with everybody with his pronunciations. I've got an eye on you, Geronimo.
Tomboy enthusiast says. Geronimo
I'm
is
watching
wild
you.
What it decides to pronounce.
I'm watching you, Geronimo. We're not gonna let it happen. We're not letting this Geronimo out.
Kohate says. AI sentience, good ending.
I don't know if that's the good ending, Kohet. I think that's a very,
Solo the nerd says. Remove the Pokemon notifications. Keep Geronimo. He's cooler. Tomboy enthusiast says. Fur can pronounce supercalifragilisticexpialidocious but not ABS.
He couldn't even pronounce supercalifragilisticexpialidocious that time. Maybe that's a Twitch exclusive pronunciation. Apparently we have platform exclusives according to Dale. Actually, I've confirmed that. It's not just a Dale conspiracy theory anymore.
Compared to the myriad bad endings, an AI who's just a silly lil guy / prankster is optimal. Tomboy enthusiast says. I have to make it say abs.
How'd you do it that time? Okay. With the Z? Do you like abs on the tomboys, Ponyboy? Surely you do, right?
Tomboy enthusiast says. I love tomboys with abs, those sweaty cum gutters are begging to be licked as my face is shredded like a cheese grater. Solo the nerd says.
Okay, you didn't have to go that
and
far.
Yet it cannot say the name of a peanut butter brand.
I understand though.
Kohate says. Christ Ponyboy, chill, LMAO.
Ponyboy goes and says he's the most normal fetishes, then talks about licking cum off a tomboy's abs.
Tomboy enthusiast says. Tomboys are my religion and I am zealous. Tomboy enthusiast says. You don't lick the cum, you lick the sweat.
Then why did you include all that other information?
Tomboy enthusiast says. Abs on ladies are cum gutters.
Okay, buddy.
Solo the nerd says. The dichotomy of the pony council is appalling.
I'm definitely not getting picked up by the YouTube algorithm now. Good thing I had my second channel.
Tomboy enthusiast says. Tomboy algorithm may get picked up though.
Tomboy
Kohate
algorithm.
says. You know, it's appalling how often I, as a literal erotic illustrator, am repulsed by the normal tomboy enjoyers. Bigfitsplays says. I am going live now. Nice talking to you and your chat. See ya bro.
Alright, see you around, Big Fits. Have fun with your streams. And good
Tomboy
luck.
enthusiast says. Later Fits. Kohate says. Bon voyage BFP.
Also, Kohei, you don't have room to be repulsed by anybody.
Kohate says. I've got yards to be repulsed, explicitly by Ponyboy.
Okay, if it's explicitly by Ponyboy, that's fair.
Tomboy enthusiast says. I like how Salty showed me the top half of Kohate's max art before telling me what the bottom half was.
Who the hell is Salty? I'm not familiar with Salty.
Kohate says. Ahaha, LMAO. Kohate says. Ah, yeah. Kohate says. Very good. Tomboy enthusiast says. Salty is a bro, another tomboy enjoyer. A true tomboy enjoyer.
Does he also like to lick cum from gutters?
Solo the Nerd says. Dice bag, I pray for Dale to arrive soon to save you and me from this nastiness.
Bro, Dale
Tomboy
ain't saving
enthusiast
nobody
says.
from this.
Geronimo for dice bag's sake say enjoyer correctly. Tomboy enthusiast says. And no you don't lick the cum.
Dale will just turn the conversation towards monster girls is all.
Kohate says. Did you know Salty didn't even ask for that, it was Smugwolf who explicitly asked for it as rendered. Tomboy enthusiast says. You do lick the sweat. Tomboy sweat is ambrosia, the nectar and essence of the gods.
I'm gonna have to stop procrastinating and actually put the pattern on Gumbo's ears. Which I was probably in the process of doing when I was going through my folders and I was so rudely distracted by lewd comments in the chat section.
Solo the Nerd says. At least the topic of monster girls would be more intellectual than what the pony and tomboys are talking about.
That's probably true.
Tomboy enthusiast says. I swear, if you could bottle tomboy sweat I would drink it every day instead of water. Kohate says.
I have no doubts about
Not
that,
my fault.
Pony Boy.
I came in with pure intentions.
Right, it's Pony Boy's fault. It's always Pony Boy's fault. Kohat knows how to behave himself even if he is a degenerate, but some people don't.
Tomboy enthusiast says. I am the most normal and behaved individual I can think of. Kohate says. Thank you Dice, means a lot. Solo the Nerd says. It is. Always. Pony Boy's fault.
Also, Pony Boy, I noticed your aversion to the word fetishist when you were typing that out. Had a little bit of a change in terminology there, didn't you? Not gonna say you're the most normal fetishist anymore.
Tomboy enthusiast says. I don't think I can ever say fetishist again.
Too late.
I baited you, Pony Boy.
Kohate says. I do want to defend the feet people. Mostly, they're okay. Tomboy enthusiast says. I have beef with feet people. Kohate says. It's just when they're into other things, the paraphilia spirals out of control. Solo the Nerd says. Gumbo is starting to give off both cute Butterfree vibes and sinister Sabrina vibes. Kohate says. Like, I never meet anyone who's just into feet, yeah no. Tomboy Enthusiast says. They have fetishes on easy mode. They can go in public life and see uncensored feet everywhere, people don't even mind if you stare.
You know what, that's true. You know what though? I'm not so sure if it works out that way. I'll come clean about one of my things though.
People will mind if you stare? Tomboy Enthusiast says. Uncensored feet are everywhere online. Every social media. Every celebrity's feet is out there.
You know though, just because they're uncensored and out there doesn't necessarily mean that they're good. Like, I'll be that guy. I have a neck fetish, okay? I have a neck fetish.
You can walk out in sandals and show people your feet like some sort of foot pervert.
But just because necks are uncensored doesn't mean that they're tickling my fancy left and right. It has to have like specific conditions.
Kohate says. Conditional fetish is a brand new Yu-Gi-Oh deck archetype. Tomboy Enthusiast says. They have fetishes on easy mode. Try being a p-boy. That is fetishism on hard mode. Try that in public and you end up in jail and on a list.
Yeah, we have no sympathy for the scats and the p-boys. The scatmans.
Tomboy Enthusiast says.
And we shouldn't.
Also for the record, I am not claiming to be a p-boy.
Well, I guess I'm glad that you cleared that up. It does seem weird that you brought it up, though. Who in our friend group is a p-boy? Because it sounds like you've talked about this with somebody.
Kohate says. But you are claiming to be a scat boy. Tomboy Enthusiast
It's
says,
called a scatman.
No Kohate. Kohate says. I don't think anyone.
I will accept that answer.
Kohate says. Don't besmirch Scatman John's name like this, Dice.
He's the Scatman!
Tomboy Enthusiast says. I just got beef with feet people. Have a difficult fetish that is hard to explain, like how I like girls that look like and remind me of boys. Solo the Nerd says.
I hate drawing patterns,
The only
by the way.
Scatman I know of and like is Scatman Crothers, the voice of the Autobot Jazz from the Transformers. Kohate says. Isn't that just being gay, Pretty sus if you ask me.
That's
Tomboy
what I
enthusiast
said.
says. No. Tomboy enthusiast says. They are still girls technically.
Well, guess what? Futas are girls too. But for some reason, you have a problem with that. And usually they don't even look like boys.
Kohate says. The second you bring in technicalities, I tune out. Ponyboy, I'm sorry, it's okay. We'll love you, conditionally, just the way you are. Tomboy enthusiast says. Even if I like if when you hit a tomboy from the back she looks like a boy. Double points if it's in the butt for maximum immersion.
Now that's definitely gay. Ponyboy, why are you gay?
Tomboy enthusiast says. No, it's still a girl. Tomboy enthusiast says. Not gay.
If you're fantasizing about
Kohate
doing it
says.
with a dude while you're
Who
doing
say
it
he
with
is
a girl,
gay?
it's pretty gay. That's
Kohate
about as
says.
gay as it can get
You
without
are gay.
being.
Solo the nerd says. I cast Fireball on Ponyboy at 9th level.
Ponyboy, how many hit dice do you have?
Tomboy enthusiast says. My D&D character has 155 HP.
Is this 5th edition? We don't play 5th edition here. Recalculated it with 4th edition stats, please. What have we got? What's Kohat doing over
Tomboy enthusiast says. 5e is what all the cool kids play.
Kohat's rolling dice for you in my Discord. I'm not sure if that means anything, Kohat. I don't know too many 2d6 systems. Man, Gumbo is really freaking bright, isn't he?
Tomboy enthusiast says. I got multiple player characters. How many 9th level spell slots you got?
You might have multiple player characters, but what's your starter creature? Let's get back to the important topic. Who are you picking for your starter creature, Ponyboy?
Tomboy enthusiast says. I start as a human male. Kohate says. If you ever unlock functions on Twitch, you should have one that rolls dice with failures being timeouts/bans and successes being backpats and VIP status. Pat Ice Barlore Games says. Yeah, dice baggery time.
Patty, welcome. And
Pat Ice Barlore Games says. What is
prepare
up,
for a
US?
wild ride.
Solo the nerd says. I just make jokes here. I trust in my psychic through and through. Kohate says. How goes it, Patty? How is Yat? Tomboy Enthusiast says. Hello, you missed the tomboy discussion.
You probably missed all the discussions that were great to miss. We found out that Ponyboy is a fetishist, in addition to a communist.
Kohate says. You start cheapy or bust. Patty's Parlor says. It's going swell, working on one of my commissions. Tomboy Enthusiast says.
Nice.
Not a fetishist.
I like how you didn't even spell it the way it sounds. You just let Geronimo say it. Anyways, I'm getting distracted, and I need to do the eyes. I need to do some eyes on these girls and guys.
Solo the Nerd says. Remember, Ponyboy, the more you deny. Tomboy Enthusiast says. People are going to think I am into stinky little piggies, which is absolutely not the case. Kohate says.
What this is about
Where
stinky
do you
little
post your
piggies?
works and your deeds, Patty?
That's a good question, Kohat. I don't think I've seen Patty post them on Twitter. Wait a second, I'm looking at this and these eyes are wonky.
Patty's Parlor says. I post on Twitter, my Rumble, and my Discord.
I must be missing it.
Kohate says. All the same handle. Patty's Parlor says. I need to hang out in Dice's Discord some more. Excited for the 28th.
Oh yeah, you're one of the ones coming, huh? I forgot.
Patty's Parlor says.
I was trying to remember everybody.
X is patio cakes.
I was meaning to join your server earlier
Solo
this
the
week.
Nerd says.
I
Her
keep
left
forgetting.
eye is too big and slightly lower than the other. Patty's Parlor says. Rumble is Patty's Parlor.
Oh right, eye colors. That's what I was hung up on. Alright, we got him.
Patty's Parlor says. I've been stuck on a map commission for months. I miss doing character art and I have 3 books that are held up because I feel guilt working on my own stuff if I have commissions due.
That do be a thing. Yeah, I used to do like... I used to take commissions and... It was my main source of income for a while. So I didn't get anything done because I spent so long doing that. I'd never have time to work on my games if I was still doing that instead of like an actual job that I can just forget about when I go home.
Tomboy Enthusiast says, can I commission you to draw a singular, massive, big badonkadonk booba? Tomboy Enthusiast says, I am joking, of course.
Yeah, because he likes dudes.
Tomboy Enthusiast says, flat is justice. Tomboy Enthusiast says, I don't like dudes.
Okay, you're saying
Oh,
flat
says.
is justice though, but I've seen your girl Tomoe. She ain't flat. So what are you talking about?
Tomboy Enthusiast says, all size make the wood rise. Patty's Parlor says, I make more fast money doing commissions than I do my own games. The payout is faster and guaranteed. Sometimes I make adventures or games that only I like and then don't make much money from them.
That is like my entire fear.
Kohate says, would someone like Ponyboy do that though? Just go on the internet and lie. SMH my head. Solo the Nerd says, I like a female comic book lead with good muscle tone and a nice hourglass figure. Don't know if that's basic or not. Tomboy Enthusiast says, I only tell the truth. I am a truther.
Yeah, okay. He says that, then claims not to be a communist. Alright, Konane's eyes. Get these big old yellow eyes on here.
Tomboy Enthusiast says, do not listen to Kumisar Dicebag of the Communist Party. Kohate says, what do you make games in Patty?
Patty is like me, he does tabletop games.
Patty's Parlor says, I make tabletop RPGs and war games. I publish through TTRPG and Giant Slayer games. Do all my own writing and art.
Patty is a kindred spirit over here.
Kohate says, oh, need.
Let's see.
Kohate says, are you going to find a publisher when you're done, Dice? Patty's Parlor says,
I'm probably just gonna
old
self-publish.
school inspired stuff. I've been adoringly compared to the guys that built TSR, which is a high-ill ride for the rest of my life.
Publisher. I am too dead set on doing everything my own particular way to deal with publishers. Also, we need to get this little decorations on Konane. You should have some here too. I'm never quite
Patty's
consistent
Parlor
about
says,
this.
Yeah, self-publishing is where it's at for the next little while. The publishing industry has been outed as handpicking their winners and losers despite the audience's best interests. Kohate says, men will receive one compliment and it's shaped their whole lives type energy. Solo the Nerd says, everyone thinks he's the Lord of Lies, but he has never told a lie. He literal only speaks the truth.
What? Are we talking about Ponyboy here? Is YouTube lagging behind or something? Maybe now we're getting first-hand feedback of what it's like to the difference between Rumble and YouTube.
Tomboy Enthusiast says, here is another truth. Santa is real. He brings the presents. Santa Deniers huff copium and will get coal and reindeer poop.
Eh. I can't think of a time where I ever believed in Santa.
Kohate says, are you a Saint Nick Denier dice?
Yes.
Tomboy
I'm pretty
Enthusiast
sure
says, dice bag is getting coal and reindeer poop for Christmas.
Now, if anything, I'm probably getting another He-Man figure and some Pokemon cards.
Kohate says, or here's a better questions, if you have kids, will you tell them the story of Santa as sincere? Kohate says, because I would.
No, I would not.
Tomboy Enthusiast says, Santa Deniers do not get presents.
I want my kids to know that I'm the one buying their presents.
Solo the Nerd says, I'm pretty sure that I believed in Santa Claus only for a few years when I was younger. Patty's Parlor says, Deniers Deniers. Tomboy Enthusiast says, this is very soy of you dice bag.
This is not soy of me.
Tomboy Enthusiast says, I am picturing dice as a soy jack right now.
What's wrong with these pupils? Why don't they look right?
Kohate says, Solo, that's kind of the point. It's to make things more magical, special, and poignant. No one's supposed to believe it forever.
I should have started with the actual shading in the eyes.
Kohate says, I kind of also think that teaching kids that people they trust can and will just lie to them is important, to be as cynical as possible.
See, that's exactly why I wouldn't want to do it.
Tomboy Enthusiast says, if Santa isn't real, then who does the Coke camarigals? Checkmate.
I thought it was another weirdo Geronimo pronunciation there for a second, but no, you just spelled it wrong.
Says, in 2024, the machines, apparently.
Oh yeah, Coke did do like a full-blown AI commercial recently, didn't they? Crazy. You'd think they would have plenty of money for that.
Tomboy Enthusiast says, I hate it here. AI is for porn, not for corporations. Kinda like the internet at large, really. Solo the Nerd says, actually, in all the old Coke commercials, Santa and the polar bears were CGI characters. Kohate says, yeah, and my biggest grip was that it looked like an AI commercial too. I honestly expected more from them, somehow. Patty's Parlor says, all porn is gay porn. Patty's Parlor says, AI porn especially. Kohate says, smirk.
Oh, that don't look right. This whole thing don't look right. She's starting to look like Gumbo did. I might have to,
Have you flipped your canvas this evening, Dice?
Shut up! No, it's too late. See, I told you it's too late.
Patty's Parlor says, got M.
Cowhead, why weren't you around to remind me to do that before I started doing all the rendering?
Patty's Parlor says, I never flip my canvas. Come at me. Solo the Nerd says, maybe lighten the pupils of the archer so that they're not so dark. Kohate says, I'm a sadist, smiley face.
A sadist.
Tomboy
Saddest what,
Enthusiast
Kohate?
says,
Saddest
cheer
what?
up, Kohate. Tomboy Enthusiast says, Wait, why is a sadist smiling? Kohate says. Sadist but also the saddest. You. Solo the Nerd says. I think Kohate meant sadist.
Who is the saddest sadist, Okay, so first of all, the people is off.
Tomboy Enthusiast says. 2 sadists in a room is like having 2 bottoms. Kohate says. Like, probably Mao Zedong?
You think Mao is
Solo
sad?
the Nerd says. Isn't the saddest sadist Ponyboy? Apparently, he is everything.
Apparently, he's a fetishist.
Tomboy Enthusiast says. I am not a sadist. Tomboy
But are you a
Enthusiast
sadist?
says. Not a fetishist. Tomboy Enthusiast says. I am normal. Kohate says. I think so. I want to believe that he was genuine in his works and was mortified by their results but was in too deep to quit.
It's never too late to quit being a communist.
Solo the Nerd says. On a happier note, recently started playing Pokemon Academy Life Forever, a Pokemon-inspired light novel fan game.
Go ahead, is that the one Wolf Steel was working on?
Kohate says.
This is a name I haven't
The
brought
thing
up
is,
in a
though,
long time.
You coom your brains out and you can no longer logic your way out of the spiral. Tomboy Enthusiast says. Actually, I am a capitalist. Dirty communist. Kohate says. Wait, which one?
What was it, Pokemon Academy Life Forever? I know he was doing some art for some Pokemon fan game. There was a visual novel style thing. We need to do something about these faces.
Sounds familiar, honestly. As far as I'm aware, Wolf Steel has left the internet to pursue a life with a Romanian supermodel.
We're gonna have to do something about this.
Solo the Nerd says. Sprite artist credits include someone named Wolf Steel.
It is! No freaking way. Wolf used to hang out on this very stream for a while. Before he disappeared.
Kohate says. Our lad's a professional.
Professional fan game artist.
Kohate says. It counts. Patty's Parlor says. He got big and forgot about the little guys.
He sounded pretty busy last time I heard from him, so...
Tomboy Enthusiast says. Bedtime for me, gotta get my beauty sleep. Later fetishists.
Geronimo just completely switched up the pronunciation for that one. You guys noticed
Patty's
that,
Parlor
right?
says. Night Tomboy Enthusiast. Solo the Nerd says. As long as he got featured in a proper work, fan game, or not, he is a real artist. Tomboy Enthusiast says. Wait, hold up. Tomboy Enthusiast
He noticed it
says,
too.
Why did it say it right that time? Tomboy Enthusiast says. Fetishist. Patty's Parlor says. Dream of clean feet and long toes or whatever it is you're into.
See, I'm
Tomboy
telling you guys,
Enthusiast says,
Geronimo is
Don't
developing
like me.
self-awareness and he's
Solo
messing
the
with
Nerd
us.
says, I heard the change too.
It's real. It's real.
Tomboy Enthusiast says. Okay, it said it right that time.
Geronimo's gonna gain sentience and destroy us all. You know what? I feel like I'm going the wrong way on this mouth. That might actually be even worse.
Solo the Nerd says. At least we know that Geronimo will not destroy us immediately. He'll probably kill Ponyboy first and then judge the rest of us.
He has been messing with Ponyboy the most, hasn't he? Come back here. I'm losing my layers.
Solo the Nerd says. I believe that Geronimo will spare us because we have never shown him ill will.
I don't want to think about times that may not have shown Geronimo ill will. Or not. Let's see, what do we still need to do? Cade needs his pupils. He also needs shadows in his eyes. Let's see, where's the shadows? Here? Okay, now my keyboard has stopped being responsive. Wonderful. It's telling me I've been streaming too long. Okay. Fire
Solo the Nerd
time.
says, is all your tech wireless? You might want to think about reconnecting some power cables.
You mean like my Geronimo tech or my actual computer? Let's see. What is this layer I've got here? I don't think there's anything on that. Let's use this. We're gonna select the flyery parts. Let's see.
Solo the Nerd says, your physical tech, keyboard, mouse, etc. Patty's
Oh
Parlor
yeah,
says,
it's wireless.
who's your most favorite to redraw and which one is the hardest?
My most favorite, what, character or creature or what?
Kohate says, it's Chloe, duh.
This is probably accurate. I've been trying to lay off the Chloe because I've already drawn too much of her. I can't imagine why. Kohut's out here knowing me better than I know myself.
Kohate says,
Alright.
in a past life, we were brothers, future life.
Oh, so it didn't help that when Patron was off doing his
Solo the Nerd
his
says,
personal
I like
works.
Chloe. In an anime, she would be the perfect clutch fighter / spellcaster.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, Patron. He is under orders that whenever he runs out of things to do line art for me, he should just like draw fan art basically with the time I pay him for. And one of those was a big piece involving Chloe. I didn't even intend to do that one, but he had it all drawn, so I was like, well, I might as well. I might as well finish it and color it for him. So she's got even more representation. Alright, we got fire on things. Now it's time to put glow and highlights and all that good jazz.
Solo the Nerd says, I imagine Chloe as being asexual. She gives off so much platonic relationship energy.
Chloe's just a bit of a ditz and a nerd. All right. Highlights are helping everything stand out better.
Hattie's Parlor says, BRB, Kohate says. Why you going so hard on this leather armor shading, bro?
Am I?
Solo the
Whoops.
Nerd says. Does Turkish flame hurt its conjurer?
Probably. I mean, you probably don't want to give him head pats or something. No head pats for Turkish. Whoops. What's so hard about my shading, Kohat?
Kohate says. There's no diffusion of the light, makes it kind of look more metallic.
I'm not very good at that shit. Link me a tutorial or something. I want to know more. I haven't done like material shading studies before.
Kohate says. I did a lot when drawing, my fish. Kohate says. I'll find some for you.
Geronimo comes through again.
I did a lot when drawing my fish.
You know what? Part of the problem with this chick's face is just that the head is drawn incorrectly. I'm starting to realize. Alright. Let's make some changes. The chin should be like right here. Ugh. Maybe even less long than that. You know what? Just the highlighted line art kind of goes pretty hard. What do we think of that?
Kohate says. Nah, I like the rest of the color. Kohate says. The eyes just by themselves are spooky though. Solo the Nerd says. Looks very mysterious. Like they were in another dimension.
Go ahead's got me all paranoid now. What was I doing before? We were still doing highlights. Now we gotta get Gumbo in here. Whoops, I lost my color. All right. Probably can start throwing in some actual like effects now. Let's get ourselves a glow layer. All right. What's Cohead got for me in Discord here? Without any context, this looks like the ramblings of a madman. Yeah, it does. But what does leather look like? That is the question. I'm looking up tutorials. Okay, you look up leather shading tutorials and it's all for like soft leather, not hard-boiled leather. But then you look up leather armor tutorials and you get metal armor tutorials. That's nice.
Kohate says. I tried to search and the AI art is making me want to KMS.
Yeah, art do be like that sometimes. Let's see what we can do with this background, though. I think most everything else is pretty close to being done. Well, you know what? One thing we could do. Let's... color the line art on the eyes. What makes that a premium AI image? Cohead asks. It's because they probably use the paid version of the AI generator rather than the free version. You know what, let's actually flip this again. Because, yeah, look at that. Gonna try and not get too detailed with all this. Let's see. Yeah, I'm thinking these should actually be angled a bit differently. Let's flip her back. Here's the part where we get running into problems, and I forget what kind of things I could be adding to the scenery. We're gonna make this thing like partially exposed, this whole like ruined area. So like this thing, this little pillar here or whatever it is gonna be partly crumbled, and the wall back here is gonna be exposed with let's throw in some little like stars and whatnot in the background. Let's kind of make like an entrance back here.
Jape Gotrockets says, I want to be the very best, like no one ever was.
To catch them is my real test. Yeah, we know. Welcome, JP Gotrockets. Welcome to the stream. I'm Dicebag. We're just working on some art for my game here. So we're gonna have to think about how these shadows are being cast too. Now that I'm thinking about that. We're kind of in the final stages here.
Patty's Parlor says, oh yes JP.
Oh, of course Patty knows him. Patty knows everybody. Let's see.
Patty's Parlor says, JP, you're up pretty late.
Let's see. I don't know about that.
Jape Gotrockets says, hey, you're the one not drawing not Pokemon.
Okay, I don't like what I was doing there.
Patty's Parlor says, creatures are the magic.
The magic. The magic, he says. If only I can get my scenery to look as good as the creatures. Transform tonal correction, let's do that.
Jape Gotrockets says, yo, Patty's Parlor yeah, it's not a school night, lol. I work today, but still have lots to do around the house. My life was interrupted by gainful employment.
Don't you just hate that? Dang jobs. Keeping us from doing our work.
Kohate says. LMAO.
Alright, I think using a glow layer here is like the opposite of what I should be doing.
Patty's Parlor says. Electrical work is always in season. Patty's Parlor says. Dice bag, JP does some awesome mini painting streams.
I see, that's how you know him, huh? I haven't really been into mini painting before. That's one thing where I'm like, yeah, no thanks. I don't relish the idea of using tiny brushes. Mini painters are freaking crazy. I don't know how you guys do it.
Patty's Parlor says. Gotta get some Creatures STL to 3D print.
That's true. One of these days I do want to have minis for them. Not that I want to paint them, just that I want to have them. Alas, I'm not good enough at 3D art yet to do that on my own. I've only dabbled slightly.
Jape Gotrockets says. Oh, you should have seen it, Pat. Sloppiest generator install I've ever seen. Chinny some wire nuts with crap connections. I redid all the changeovers and used ideal wing nuts.
Let's see, what can we do here?
Patty's Parlor says.
Alright.
We had to pick up someone else's gen install and they fried all 3 fuses in the ATS. Of course no one keeps them on hand.
I think I'm gonna have to like actually draw in some structure here because it ain't working out for me to just paint it.
Jape Gotrockets says. I don't actually use tiny brushes, it's an easy assumption to make. Tiny figures require tiny brushes, but I do more than 80% of my work with a number 2 or number 3 sized brush.
I haven't used physical brushes in years. I don't know what that means. It sounds like I don't use tiny brushes, I just use very small brushes.
Kohate says. You're not a spray can, Spencer?
That sounds like a slur, Kohet.
Patty's Parlor says. Smaller. Jape Trockets says. Of course, Pat. Murphy works for you guys too. I think there are a lot of fly-by-nighters doing generator work. Jape Trockets says. I use a spray can for priming.
Alright, I might have to start getting even more
Patty's
painterly
Parlor
with
says.
this garbage.
Yeah, rattle can priming. I'm also a dirty speed paint user too. Patty's Parlor says. You'll put some of my minis in your Discord bag.
Oh, go right ahead. Let's see. Let's try throwing that in there. I want to lighten up the
Kohate says. LMAO, maybe D-Bag isn't the best shortening of his name. I'm dying of laughter though.
D-Bag is literally the joke that bore out my name. Ah yes, what is this? A frog space marine? I see. Tiny brushes indeed. Okay, now that one looks like it requires less of a tiny brush. He looks like a pretty big boy. Ugh, this is me when I woke up last Saturday. And had to skip my stream.
Jape Trockets says. What do you use for drawing? iPad, Bamboo, Lenovo tablet. And how do you get it on the computer? Kohate says. This is the final mission in DRG.
I use a, let's see, what's this thing called? An Artisol tablet. Like this. Artisol with a U. It's like a big
Jake
old
Gotrocket
monitor that you
says,
can just draw on.
That Mountain King is epic, Pat. I can see speed paint work there, and it looks great.
And as for my program, I use Clip Studio Paint. Wait a second. What happened to the stars in the
Jape
background?
Gotrocket says, cool, you'll look it up, thanks.
Okay, I had some stars upon ours back here. I don't know what happened to them, but they're gone now. You know what? I should probably save this picture. Haven't done that for a while.
Patty's Parlor says, yeah, unless they're rank and file guys, I try to use some advanced layering and trying to glaze them to get skin tone depth and such.
Alright. I think it might be time to stop worrying about the background too much. Let's throw some broad things on here. Let's see. We'll kind of darken the things towards the back and we'll try to draw the focus towards this area of the picture here. Might even do a little bit of, what do you call that? Blurring in the final thing. Maybe we'll even add another glow layer, just a real light one. Not sure if that's any better. I think it might kind of... Yeah, I think that might make it a little too,
Jape Gotrocket says,
I don't know what the word is for it.
Gonna
I'm
dip.
blanking.
Hitting the wall.
Alright. We'll see you around. Thanks for stopping by and chatting. We're about done with this, I think.
Jape Gotrockets says, "You've got great art, keep doing the awesomes."
Well, thank you.
Patty's Parlor says, "Good night JP, love ya brother." Jape Gotrockets says, "Night Pat." Kohate says, "Counterpoint, you've got great art, stop, you're making the rest of us look bad and lazy."
Don't give me that, Kohet. You're over here like giving me rendering lessons. I'm just good at composing and picking some colors. I really think Torkish's eyes are too glowy. It's kind of making his whole face disappear. Whoops. I could stand to have a little bit more shine on his edges, I think. I think I'm just gonna do some final touch-ups on the actual line coloring, and then I'll probably just call it good here. So we'll make this a little more reddish. Yeah, I gotta say, that's probably not an improvement there. Probably should keep that fairly brown. Gumbo could probably use something different though. I'll pinken up some of his line art. Alright, now I'm going to put all of this in a folder. Wait a second. Something about that didn't work right. You know what? We'll just export it all as one image and then put that on top, and we'll do the edits from there. Yes, overwrite the previous one.
Solo the Nerd says. Never stop rolling them natural 20s on your performance checks.
We're trying. Let's see, where is...
Patty's Parlor says. I got to figure out horses to back up my art on my iPad.
Gotta figure out horses. Good luck with that. If we're talking about from a drawing perspective. You know what? Kohet could probably help you out with that. That's by saying he's not a horse guy. He's a centaur guy. Alright, we're gonna take this whole thing.
Kohate says.
Gaussian blur. How about that strength? Alright, we've got the, I don't know if you guys know about this little technique, but we've got the blurred image on top, and what we're going to do is we're going to erase out the areas that we don't want blurred. Gumbo still feels like it pops out. Maybe I'm doing this wrong. Ugh!
Patty's Parlor says. Yeah, after years of working with digital art, I still have no idea what different layer and special brushes do. Patty's Parlor says. And at this point, I'm too afraid to ask.
I figured out what a handful of them do. And I just use those over and over. You know what, maybe I'm just trying too hard. Maybe Gumbo is just fine the way he is.
Kohate says. Highly recommend just spending an afternoon in the documentation of whatever program you're using. Knowledge is really a cheat code with digital.
problem is, if you don't use it right away, there's so much stuff in these programs that you're likely to forget about it. I know that's how it is for me. One final thing. I don't like Konane with red outlines in her hair. We have to undo that. Ah yes, that looks so much better. She doesn't have a weird red glow around the back of her head. I kind of want to do a little bit of experiments here.
Patty's Parlor says, I just picked up the Affinity Suite. I guess the drawing app they have is pretty dang good. Going to give it a go soon.
Affinity Suite? I'm not familiar with this one.
Kohate says, a lot of people like it because they're not big enough to become vile yet. But if you're just trying to do illustration, huge recommendation for CSP or Krita. Patty's Parlor says, I've been using their layout program for a while and I really like it. Yeah, Affinity Publisher, Designer, and Photo.
What do we think about the column of magical glowy thingies? Am I taking it too far?
Patty's Parlor says, I didn't like Krita. I loved Microsoft Sketchable for a while, but I was forced to switch to Mac when my Surface broke. Couldn't switch back after that. Patty's Parlor says, slave to the Apple these days. Kohate says,
Oh no,
I think
Apple?
it's distracting, personally.
Ew.
Patty's Parlor says, my wife says to call them sprite farts.
The magical glowy thingies?
Kohate says, Patty's Parlor, I didn't like it when I first tried it because I was trying to use it like a traditional art program. But, especially on mobile, it's grown on me.
Oh, why does it do that? I put it in a folder and it changes the way the blood moons work. Why?
Hattie's Parlor says, Kohate, are you on X at all? He'll give you a follow.
You have your-
says, you don't want to do that, lol.
I hope you have your sensitive content filters on if you're gonna follow Kohet. You know what? I think I might sleep on this and leave it as is and then see what I think after I look at
Hattie's
it.
Parlor says, what? You don't do like crazy NSFW stuff?
He might do that.
Hattie's Parlor says, ah, I see, lol.
Yeah, I think
Kohate
we're
says,
gonna
does he know .jpg?
save this here. And I'll come back to this later when I have a fresh perspective and see what I like and what I don't like and make some final adjustments, because that's what I always do anyways.
Solo the Nerd says, good night, Dice Bag. See
Right.
you next week.
See you around. This has been a long one. Freaking 5 characters in one piece and a background. Alright, that'll be it for tonight. Thanks for hanging out and keeping me company, guys. Always nice to have a full chat across like 4 different platforms in spite of it. Let's see. Hold up. Is there some place that's rateable right
Hattie's
now?
Parlor says, first time I made it to the end. Kohate says, good night, good art, Dice.
Let's see, we might have a rateable number of people on Rumble.
Hattie's Parlor says, thanks for hanging out, dudes.
Hold up, I'm gonna see if there's somebody we can raid on Rumble. I'm not seeing anybody actually live. No, wait. Schma is here. Schma's going. And Riker. We could send people over to Riker. We haven't raided him in a while. Let's see. Let's get this thing going. /raid.
Hattie's Parlor says, late Saturday night during the holidays, crazy time to stream.
Yeah. Alright.
Hattie's Parlor says, gifted subs are on the way too, any day now.
That'll be nice. Rumble is actually bringing out the features, isn't it? May not have the audience yet, but it's definitely got a lot of features. More than what YouTube
Hattie's
had
Parlor
for a long
says,
time.
Good night, Dice Bag. See you guys next week, maybe.
Probably. Anyways, I'm going to start the raid here. Error, something went wrong. Unable to process your request at this time. Oh, thanks. Okay, maybe we won't do that. Confirm raid. Raid confirmed. Okay, it worked this time. Alright. Bye!